Welcome, everybody. We are just recognizing that one of our Zoom rooms, we are tonight connecting, or tonight or this morning, wherever you may be, connecting four different Zoom rooms in order to be able to accommodate the 1,000+ people that have registered to attend. We know that many people have struggled getting into one of those Zoom rooms, so we are just making space to let them in by adding the correct Zoom link for our Zoom room one. So we're just gonna give it another minute or two. I invite you to just reflect on what brought you here tonight and just settle into a comfortable seat. If you don't have a journal yet, you might want to grab a journal and a pen because we will be using those tools tonight. And anything else that you need to make yourself feel comfortable this morning, wherever you are. And enjoy the music that we will begin to play to let us land here together as we solve our technical difficulties.
just a little improvisation while we fix the glitch.
Thank you so much, Tony.
Thank you.
All right. I think we will begin and we will welcome the others as they join in and make sure that everybody feels welcome and held as they join in their moment, which will be the right moment for them. So, thank you all so much for joining us this evening. Welcome, welcome, welcome. A warm, heart filled welcome to you all this morning or this evening, wherever you are, whatever time it may be in your part of the world. We are truly, truly glad to be gathering today. And for those of you who are just joining us, we have been expanding our circle of connection throughout the day in an incredibly significant moment in our time. It is a time of disruption and a time of crisis. And for some of us, it may feel that the world is crumbling around us. And for me, sitting here in New York, there is quite a sense of sadness and grief that comes with that. There's a particular mood that may come with what we're feeling. And at the same moment, in the exact same breath, that it may feel like the world is ending or crumbling or things are changing and quickly, there is also a moment of possibility, a moment where everything that we have been building for, that we have been coming together and creating in our own experiences, all the little places where we know there's just a little bit of possibility, that now it's starting to emerge from the midst of the rubble of what is crumbling. So we know that while it may feel that one world is ending, another one is being born. And so that is a little bit of how in the last week and a half we started to develop this Gaia journey as a response and as a dedication to a commitment to being able to move through this moment together. So I will say more about all of that, and Otto will say more. If I didn't introduce myself, my name is Antoinette, and I'm really grateful to be with you all here tonight. And welcome you into this journey. And I know that some are continuing to join, and some are joining in on live stream and joining from whichever way you can, and whichever way you are here, you are welcome. And we are so grateful to be all together and connected in this way. This morning in Eastern United States time, we had 2,300 English speakers on the first two rounds. We also had a Spanish, Latin American track roll this afternoon with about 1,000 people on it, and around over 500 on the Portuguese channel that rolled out just after that. So it has been a marathon day as we launch this incredible session of just a holding space and a place for us to move through this moment and really come together to sense into what's possible for our communities and for our planet. So thank you all for being here. I will give us a little more information, and I also recognize that more people are continuing to join, and we know that there has been some technical difficulty, but we are so glad that you are here, and I will lead us into a little bit of sense making that we will continue to do throughout this journey. So I'll share a little bit of the data from those of you who were able to fill out the pre-survey. And just share with who we are as a community that's coming together now. Um, and for those of you who are in a Zoom room and you're looking at it and saying, "Oh wow, there's 100 people in here," or we're actually right now shared across four different Zoom rooms. So in these four Zoom rooms, we are getting the chance to actually stream across those Zoom rooms. So we will be able to talk to each other across those Zoom rooms and connect with one another in this way. So this gives you a little sense of the inhale and exhale that we are doing together over this 14-week journey, where we just work with the uncertainty and breathe into it together. So we have this inhale exhale experience that we are moving through. There are 33 countries so far represented in our community that has been coming together. Over 10,000 people have signed up. So for those of you thinking that you were alone in your isolated space, there are 10,000 of us who have already come together in the short period of time. It has been a week since we started to pull all of this together, or about 10 days. um, there have been 5 sessions throughout the day. There have been 4 languages today, and there are 25 Zoom hosts alone. So, if you are wondering, there are about 25 Zoom hosts holding space very concretely to make this happen. And there are 100 core team members that emerged within hours of putting out the call, that now is the time for us to come together and really um, stand up to answer the call of the moment. So 100 core team members emerged almost immediately and are here with us from around the world. We're coming from all different sectors. So there are many of us from health and well-being. There are many of us from the business sector. There are a few of us from finance, education, government, from the nonprofit sector, and others who we will get to know throughout our circles and continue journeying. When asked what our current situation was, we wanted to know, how are we doing? Are we in a place that we are completely restricted? I don't know about all of you, but I haven't been able to leave my house for about 2.5 weeks, maybe more. I can't remember anymore. So many of us are completely restricted. Even more of us, our countries are in lockdown. There is some limitation for 15% of us, and there's no movement limitation for very, very small few of us. So, about a third of us are completely restricted, and about 84% are are in some form of movement limitation. This is unprecedented in our time. So, how have we been feeling in the last few weeks? A lot of things, apparently, overwhelmed, worried, but also calm, hopeful, and anxious and confused. There's a lot, and this is, just over hearing in the last 24 hours, hearing from our community. What is clarifying about us as a society that we need to let go of? And what's coming up for us is greed, fear, ego, individualism, consumption, consumerism, this sort of separation, competition. These are things that we are really hoping that we can let go of over this moment. And what is clarifying about what wants to emerge? Connection, community, love, compassion, and collaboration. So we know that that is a bit of what our community is feeling. And over the hours of today, I was going to say the days, but the hours of this day and this launch, we have been hearing more and more. And so I turn it over to Otto to articulate even more and help us land here together.
Thank you, Antoinette, and a warm welcome to everyone, also from my end. It's wonderful to connect with you, to see all the faces. I think we have a really special constellation here in this, what in the US is an evening session, because we have Asia Pacific and also we have the Americas. So it's kind of all Asia and all the countries that share the Pacific. And it was incredible to go through the day and sense into all the different conversations and feelings. We felt a lot of pain and grief, of letting go, but also an enormous sense of possibility. And I think it taps into a deeper feeling that I feel is very present around the planet right now. which is when you go around and you talk to people, you almost find no one who wouldn't agree that basically, as a society, as a civilization, we are moving in the wrong direction. We are about to hitting the wall. In fact, the hitting the wall process has already started. It's underway, and it's going to get worse. So that's one component. And the next component is almost everyone, then when you continue the conversation, would share the aspiration to be part of a different story, to contribute with my life, with my work, to a future that's different to the past. And yet, most people wouldn't know how. So this gap, one, everyone knows we are moving, we are about to hit the wall, it has already started. And two, I want to be part of a different story. So this is such an enormous collective potential for change that is present with all of us in the world today, and yet that hasn't fully manifested. And it was really kind of the sensing of these two aspects that sparked us to, suggest this idea of the Gaia journey. And we are just overwhelmed by the response, as Antoinette just shared with you. And I remember in one of the earlier sessions today, one of the voices, so later on, so we will go in a little moment in the first round of conversations and then share a little bit afterwards. And one of the voices that came up was from Lawrence. And she said, she articulated this deeper feeling that I think resonated with many of us. She said, everything I have gone through in my life has prepared me for this moment now. Everything I have gone through in my life has prepared me for this moment now. And when I heard that, it really resonated for me because one, I feel exactly the same way. Two, I know what she talks about is an inner place. So it is an inner stance. It's a particular place how you can respond to something that happens to you. And it's a place that allows you to find your own agency. So, and that place is a choice. So that's the second reason why this so much resonates with me, because I know it's a choice. It's a place we can activate within ourselves. And the third reason why it's resonated so much is that in this moment, it also truly applies to our situation as a collective, to our situation as an emerging global movement that is beginning to take shape, but that in most cases is not even fully aware of itself. And our hope is that with the Gaia journey, so we can create an infrastructure where these connections and this kind of increasingly becoming aware of who we are and kind of the kind of change we want to bring into the world, that it's not just about solving this problem or that problem, but that this change essentially is about reimagining and reshaping the civilization that we collectively enact. That is really our hope, kind of that sparked us to suggest this initiative. And so at the end of, so the invitation really to you is also for the first round of conversation is really to consider this this question of the choice. So the choice when in the moment when we meet disruption, we have a choice, and the choice is so. If I can just share one image around that, the choice is basically whether we respond to what happens to us by turning away or by turning toward. By turning away and closing down, which basically is a freeze reaction of the mind, heart, and will, aka ignorance, hate, and fear, or whether we turn toward, whether we lean forward into something that we don't even know what it is, into the emerging future, which requires us to open the mind, open the heart, open the will, aka curiosity, compassion, courage. And what we, of course, try to do as a community is this, right? Kind of cultivating these practices. But what we see going on in the world, of course, is this, right? An amplification, kind of through social media, through surveillance capitalism, through, the Trumpism in politics that we have seen, sweeping around the world, through many things. And what we believe and what this invitation into the Gaia journey is about is that as we see over the past, not only the past few weeks, kind of the past few months, the past few years, this upper cycle has been like super amplified, right, through social media and through many other mechanisms. The question is, what is it we can do of the many positive seeds that exist in the world, kind of on this, the lower side here? What can we do to also create an amplification mechanism here to strengthen and connect kind of all these seeds? And what we believe is that the answer essentially is one, that every one of us is kind of cultivating these capacities individually. That's, of course, something we need to do. But we also need a collective response, which has to do with reimagining our civilization by creating and reinventing our learning infrastructures around whole person, whole systems learning, by evolving our democratic and governance infrastructures, by making them more direct, distributed, dialogic, and by reinventing our economic infrastructures so that we can shift our economy from operating on ecosystem awareness to operating on ecosystem awareness that is focusing on the well-being of all. And to move into this direction, the Gaia journey is really about what Antoinette was talking about, the inhaling and the exhaling, and going on a journey, where we connect with our deep listening, where we connect with our deep resonance, and then move with what is emerging from that process and bring that more into reality. Connecting more deeply with ourselves, with each other, with the place, with the planet, with Mother Earth. So what we believe is that the future we are going to enact is a function of the inner place from that we operate. And that the investigation of this inner place, both individually and collectively, is one of the most important activities and leverage points of our time. So with that, and before Antoinette is going to invite you into a little, the first breakout groups, I want to invite you to a little moment of stillness If you want to sit upright and comfortable, some of you may want to close your eyes or keep them downcast a little bit. Plant your feet firmly on the ground. Take a deep breath and relax. Move your attention to the feet and feel the connection downwards. Feel the rooting downwards. To the ground, to the land, to Mother Earth. We all touch with our feet the same planet in this moment. Now move your attention upwards, up the spine to your head, to the crown of your head. And notice your connection upwards with the sky, to the whole space of possibilities extending upwards. And now attend to both connections, upwards and downwards. And merge them in your heart. Notice your heart. Notice the energy field of your heart. And notice and connect with your loving attention that originates from your heart. And now extend your loving attention to a person that you love, a person close to you, and just shower that person with your loving attention. And now extend your loving attention to all of us in this session, all the 5 or 700, and all of us who attended the launch sessions today, all 5,000 of us, spanning the entire planet. Further extend your attention to all the networks and communities we are connected with all the health workers on the front line of the current crisis. And all other ones who may be in need of our loving attention now. And now further extend your attention your loving attention to the person who is holding all of this, to you. Include yourself in the loving attention you radiate. The one who is holding all of this. Now level yourself up, zoom out a little bit, and look at yourself from above, and look at our whole global web of connections from above. And when you see yourself from above in this moment, and the global field of connections that we have amongst us, the 5,000 who are coming together here today, who have been coming together here today. What's the sense of possibility that you can feel? You tap into that moment and into that field. What sense of possibility do you feel? What might be possible? And now focus your attention on the seed of intention that you are in this moment bringing into this community. What is the intention that as we are embarking on this journey together, you are bringing into this community? Now take another deep breath. Open your eyes and allow Antoinette to take you into the next step of this process.
Thank you, Otto. Just noticing that I was so touched personally by that moment of possibility there. Thank you. So, we are now going to just carry the essence of the resonance of what's sitting with us from that moment of activation and turn to our new neighbors and friends in our virtual world. So, the way that we'll do that is we will move you into breakout rooms and you will have a chance to connect with each other and share what came up for you in that. So, you'll start by just sharing your name and where you are currently or where you're sitting, where you're coming from, and what brought you to this journey today. What brought you to this beginning moment or to the present moment in your own experience. Share your context and share what intention you are holding. So, four things: your name, where you're coming from, what brought you here today, and what intention you are holding for this journey we are on together. So, we will send you into your breakout rooms now, and we will have just about 10 minutes to connect with each other. And the invitation is to deeply listen to one another and just really give each other the gift of listening, going beyond the words into the breakouts in just a moment. You'll see a little box pop up on your screen. Enjoy. And to those who are just joining or just returning from your breakouts, you are all here on the right time. We are all here on time, and it is wonderful to all be together. So we're just trickling back in, coming into our rooms, coming in from our breakout rooms. We'll just give it another minute as people trickle back in. All right. I think we're just about back. All right. All of our rooms are back, which means we can have a conversation across all rooms. And the invitation here before we start that kind of share is that we just write down in the chat what came up in your breakouts. I'm so curious. We had a few people sharing in our little main room who couldn't make it into the breakouts, and we'd just love to get some of those thoughts down in the chat. So, just any insight, any excitement, anything that came up for you, feel free to write into the chat what is up for you, and especially in Zoom Room One, that we know we had some delayed entrance. This will give you all an update as to what's been going on here. The basics are now is our time, and we're all connected. So really loving the chat that's coming in, and it would be wonderful if we could share just a few voices, and we'll be able to stream or beam you into these 4 different rooms that are happening right now, with about 150 or so in each room. So if you would like to share, you have to press the participants button at the bottom of your Zoom application. So press participants, and then you'll see on the right side a blue hand raise button, and you'll click on the virtual hand raise button, and we will be able to see you and bring your voice and video across all of our Zoom rooms. And we'll just go from one to each other. So our hosts will unmute you and invite you to verbally share. So we'll move into that now.
Hi, Wendy, you want to share?
Hi. Yeah, sure. Wow, it's just so sort of almost mind-boggling to have everybody connected from so many different places, and all coming together to connect in some way, because I think we all feel that need, that we have to find that common ground, the roots under the planet that hold us all together, and how we intermingle. So for me, that's really the what we get from this, the strength to be where we need to be for those people who don't see themselves with their roots. I think it's so important, because as many people as there are connecting, there are people who feel disconnected. And I feel that our role somehow is to look at ways that we can help bring them into that connection. Thank you.
Can you hear me? Why
Yes.
can't I? You can hear me. Good. I wanted to share from our group that one thing we can share with people outside of this process is that we're custodians of now, in a small blip of human history, but it's about better, more responsible custodianship, not only over the planet, over our communities, over ourselves, and over the process of working towards the world that we can't yet see, but we can all smell and taste and feel, I think, that's round the corner. That was it.
Hi, is that me? Hi, we had a beautiful time in our room together, and I think we were all feeling ready for this transformation because we've all been feeling deeply uncomfortable for a very long time about the way in which systems have been working against humanity and our home. So there was beautiful solidarity in our chat room. It was an amazing experience. That's all.
Hi, I think what resonated in our group was the real sense of connecting, not only at the level of being in the same room, virtual room together, but this understanding that we're breathing the same air, and whatever has been breathed into the air from one country has been absorbed in our lungs in another country. So it's a real, we are connected in so many ways. And also that we're all wanting to have a call to action, that whatever might be emerging right now as real awareness and co-sensing, to make it stick and to amplify what's arising in people, so it doesn't peter out again once we're returning to a more new normal.
So in our group, we talked about the connection that we all felt with everyone and having kind of the shared experience, like others have mentioned, that, we're all susceptible to this the same. And then we also had sort of a shared sense that something is trying to emerge, that there's a change that's kind of underway. And we talked about rebirth and regeneration we had a sense of. And also that there's kind of like maybe has been a need for this just stopping the things we're doing long enough that something new is shifting and happening.
Thank you so much, everyone. Thank you so much for sharing and for just activating our collective in this uh, almost 1,000-person group. We will just take the resonance of what we've been hearing here and what's been landing in all of these different pieces of conversation that we've started, and go back to Otto and over to Tony too. So Otto first.
So before we go into the next round of conversation, we're going to have a musical meditation that will be followed by a little journaling. And the question the journaling will be focusing on has to do with a gift that we can receive from disruption. And there's a lot of pain, there's a lot of grief, but there's also a gift that is coming from disruption. And the gift is that it gives us a glimpse of clarity, of heightened clarity in terms of what it truly is that's essential for me moving forward. And the flip side of that glimpse of clarity is that we are also becoming clear about all the things that are not essential. Many of which may be keeping us busy. So the invitation here is to focus the attention after the musical meditation and the journaling on the following 3 questions. 1, what am I being called to let go of? 2, what am I noticing about my inner state in response to the current situation we face? And 3, what is beginning to emerge now? Tony.
Thank you.
Thank you, Tony. Wow. I am always so touched by the music that you have been playing today, and also one of the people in the chats in Zoom Room 1 shared that the plant was also dancing as you played, and just noticing that part of Gaia is dancing with us. So thank you for sharing that. So I hope that you have had a moment to grab your journal and a pen and to just remind us, perhaps you've been sitting with this, these 3 questions, to just take a moment and to jot down any thoughts that you have about the 3 questions that Otto shared just before Tony began. What am I being called to let go of? What am I noticing about my inner state and response? And what is beginning to emerge now? So we'll just give you a minute or two to jot down your thoughts. And a reminder here that journaling, the key to journaling is keeping the pen to the paper and just seeing what comes out. It could be, I don't know. It could be watermelon. Just start somewhere and see what's alive for you. And the piece of this that is, you're really just moving from the head, from the thoughts, through the heart of what's been activated in our conversations and in the music that was played, and through the hands onto the paper. So, what are you letting go of? What am I being called to let go of? What am I noticing about my inner state and response? And what is beginning to emerge now? So, hopefully, you've had a chance to get a few thoughts down on paper. And now, as because we know that it takes a collective to make change, at least 5 people, right? One person can do a lot. 5 people can change the world. Imagine what 5,000 of us can do. So we're going to turn to each other and share what came up for you in your journaling. And we're going to have more intimate groups. So 3 to 4 people. You might get to meet someone new. So feel free to introduce yourself. So 3 to 4 people in your breakouts. And that'll give us about another 10 minutes or so in our breakouts. And you'll have some time each to share a little bit about what came up. And then we'll get to hear from each other in our whole room again. So enjoy your time together. We'll see you back here in about 12 minutes, 10 to 12 minutes, 10 minutes, 10 minutes. All right. Thank you so much, everybody. Thank you all for sharing with each other and with all of us. So what we can do again is share what came up in the chat and just put that into the chat box. What came up in your breakout rooms, put it in the chat box, and we will start to gather our responses and be able to spotlight our videos across the Zoom room. So if you, again, can click on participants and click on the blue raise hand button, we will be able to share your voice. So please feel free to share anything that's moving through for you.
No one raised hand. Can you go to channel 2? No one raised hand.
We have a Nuno da Silva.
Hello.
Oh.
Yes. Thanks, Antoinette. Yeah. So one of the things I'm noticing is there's a pattern of people wanting to find solutions and like fix things, and I'm staying with a lot of this in this moment of really deep listening and thinking how much we need to decenter ourselves, and just noticing how nature, because we kind of retreated, nature is doing its own regenerative process. So I'm really feeling called to be of service to that and think like where I can serve nature in its own regenerative process, as opposite from going and trying to make things work back again. Or so there's a fear in me I notice of not wanting, in honoring the pain that we are going through, to not go back to where we were 3 months ago. So yeah, just wanted to share that.
We have about letting go the feeling that we had have to been living in a way that is no longer sustainable, that none of us really want to continue to live in, and that means letting go many things, competition, excessive competition for one. At the same time, in the inner state is at the same time of grief for those in pain, but of a lot of hope. And it's emerging a will to connect of peoples that are wanting to start to chart a new course. Thank you. That's what I want to share.
Okay, can I say something? And
Yes,
I would
please.
like to letting go of my always over preparation. So this is time for me to take some action in response. And I would like to call many friends to try to see the possibility to build a community. And together we create more activities in the direction of constructive postmodern society. So let's make China and even the world a better place to live. And also all this kind of intention, motive, I would like to be mindful and ensure that they are all coming from a deeper source, deeper part of my inner heart, and also spirituality, holistic worldview. Yeah, thank you.
Hi, my video is not working, but my microphone is. One of the things I've been feeling as a joint emerging and letting go is there's a process of collective dreaming and visioning of what the future might be that we haven't even thought of yet, and it feels like it's happening in me and my life individually, and then in society as a collective. And I'm really curious about what will come from it that we haven't even been able to imagine yet.
Hello, everyone.
Hi there. I think what's coming up for me is firstly to let go of the fear and sort of the inertia to change. And I'm noticing that the first layer is there's a sense of sadness, but if I stay with it, then there's a sense of joy. And I think the one thing that wants to emerge for me is gentleness. I woke up this morning before this call with a ache on my neck. And I think it was a reminder that I live in such a violent way and with the pace of life and the way I engage with the world. So it's really an invitation just to be gentle. Thank you.
Hello, everybody. All you radiant beings out there. So one theme that came up in our small group was mortality. So for some of us, mortality is very much in question and is an option here. And the whole idea of really accepting that and letting go of everything that stands in the way of being present in this moment, in this day, and appreciating it. Thank you.
Hi. So one of the things that came up for, oh, is this working? One of the things that really came up for me in needing to emerge is that I think I've been more and more aware in a beautiful way of my own sort of insignificance when I just look at myself as a separate being and not part of a collective whole. And that's really helped me sort of come to terms with the fear of my own mortality. And, you know, really what's emerging from me is this need to really make a difference, but not from a sense of ego, which I think was where I was at previously, but just from a sense of joining with the community and really working together to create something that's going to be better for the planet and all of us.
I just saw in one of the Zoom one chats that there's a big hug, a virtual hug coming from across our Zoom rooms, and I'm feeling that too. And I'm just super inspired and touched by the call to action that has been. It's almost like we went through a beginning of the first you process together, and this sort of end of our launch is having this kind of activation, we're ready kind of feeling, just to shift these internal capacities to hold the change that we really need. So uh, thank you all for sharing, and I'll move to Otto to do our visual resonance practice.
Thank you. What also really resonated with me was the texture, kind of the all the different conflicting feelings and emotions that all coexist, and sometimes work with, sometimes work against each other. Mortality, sadness, grief and hope, letting go, not going back where we were 3 months ago, acting from the deeper part of my inner heart, acting from our collective dreams. making a difference, not from ego, but from community. And then from the earlier around custodianship towards the world that we cannot see, but that we can smell and feel just around the corner. I love that. And in closing, we wanted to share with you an image that Olaf has been doing based on the two first sessions earlier today. And we are going to attend to that. So you see many themes that we just heard, some others added to that. We are going through a two-step resonance process where first we take a little moment of stillness to allow this image to sink in to our mind, to our heart. We notice the resonance within ourselves. And then step two is to share that resonance by using the sentence structure, I sense, I see, or I feel. And you just put that into the chat, and then we will be reading it back out to you, a few of those. So step one is just allow this image to sink into your mind, to your heart, and notice your resonance. And now, if you would like to share your resonance by using the sentence structure, I see, I sense, or I feel through the chat. The reading back that can start now in the next 10 seconds.
I sense planetary shift. I feel the earth body crying and in pain. I see choices.
I sense an unexpected opening. I see a foundation. I feel an emerging explosive resonance.
I sense a deep birthing process for the whole of humanity. I sense the earthly vitality of life emerging. I see a shift from grief to choice.
I feel a sense of anticipation. I see a greater connection. I sense an old paradigm dying.
I sense connection. I see the need for bridging divides and integrating polarities, and I feel hope in hopelessness.
Thank you all for sharing. That was absolutely beautiful. And just feeling into what is wanting to be born, just feeling the contractions that are also happening with that. The all of the different ways and the places and the people who are coming together to move through this. And this is just the beginning. This is day one, the launch of our journey together. And we are stepping into the uncertainty together. So here we are. This is us. And together we step into the uncertainty and we evolve through this moment together. There's so many statements that have been said that are just deeply resonating with me and I think with all of us here. So I'll give us a little information as we close as to how we will move through this journey together using the beautiful image that Rachel has created for us. So in this image, we see the three different pieces of our 14-week experience together. So now some of us are already in March 28th, some still in March 27th. Throughout April, we are going to be moving through this moment of deep listening and dialogue, the staying with. And as we move into May, we will move into the deep resonance. So, and really doing that together, deepening and feeling into the body and into the being on the planet and the different bodies that come with that, the earth body, our actual physical body, and our heart body. In June, we will move into the moving with. So, bringing into vertical social prototyping and all that comes with that. Throughout this journey, the backbone, the kind of spine, the dots that you see across the U shape here, those are the social solidarity circles. So every week, while we are in this moment of physical distancing, we've been borrowing that term, and I know that that in the Asia Pacific region, there have been a few new terms coming out as well for this. But in the move from the idea of social distancing, what we've said is we may have to be physically distant, but the invitation is to be in social solidarity, to be in connection with each other deeply. And that may mean that you are developing these social solidarity circles in your own community, either virtually or otherwise. And it also could mean that you are connecting with a social solidarity circle with others from around the globe. So you'll find 5 other people and begin connecting with them and stay connected with them throughout the journey. We'll be sharing the guideline for the first version of that, and over the 3 different modules or components of our journey, we'll move from social solidarity circle 1.0 to 2.0 and 3.0, just integrating some of the different practices that really allow us to evolve and move together. And all of this methodology is rooted in the many decades of research and building of experience. And this will move us towards a global forum where we will really get to share all of the learnings. In addition to that, as you've already seen with some of our session research that's gone out, so our survey that came out and that we shared with you today, in every one of our large inhales and throughout the journey, we will be sharing back some of the global sense making that we've been doing. So we'll be asking you to share tidbits and facts with us so that we can then share that back with the whole community and open our organs of perception even wider. Throughout this, the weaving is the inhale and the exhale, the deepening and the connecting across our global community, and then turning back to our own communities, our own regions and places and spaces. And that is where the work happens, in this global and local connection, in the weaving between learning from each other on a global scale and being able to apply and practice that in place. So we encourage you to do that in your regions and contexts. We encourage you to do that in your communities. For some of us, those communities may be stretched a little further than others, and whichever is your way of doing this, we will continue to support that with each other and learn from one another. As you see on the bottom, the School for Transformation is what's emerging, and the Gaia journey is our movement towards that. They are mirroring each other, and we will collectively co-create that experience as we continue to do. So we thank you all for joining us today and really beginning the launch. We will continue. We've created a platform of GaiaJourney.org. So GaiaJourney.org, where you can create your social solidarity circles, where we will be able to move into hubs. We are still building the bridge as we walk on it. We're still building the capabilities, and the hubs are there and will be launched likely tomorrow. So if you go there today and you're like, where are the hubs? That's what's happening. And we will also be sending out the follow-up with the survey, but the survey may be showing up in your chats right now. So thank you all, and a warm welcome to the beginning of our Gaia journey together. We will look forward to the continued connection and the next pieces of our evolution of how we reimagine our societies and and recreate and regenerate our civilization. Thank you all, and we can now unmute and say goodbye in whatever language feels right for you.
再见.
Bye bye. Thank you.
Same. Ciao. Wiedersehen.
Deus,
Adiós.
gratidão.
Bye. 好有爱呀！每个人好开心啊！
Bye.
哇，我还3个人在一起呢。Too good. 多个人呢，都不舍不得走，这些都是舍不得走。